It's a huge lead at the moment. You think if you get 2 or 3 points ahead, 9-1 in favour of Russia. Perfect start to day 2.
Service over, 2-9.
Interesting, these two didn't play yesterday in the match against Japan.
Yeah, perhaps they wanted to save them a little bit for today's match. But it can be a dangerous tactic when you've got a big stadium like this with a lot of variables with the drift both ways. It's often, if you've played a match already, you're a lot more comfortable on court.
As they're going to the break, an 11-3 lead in favour of Russia. And it may have been risky, but it seems to be paying dividends at the moment.
Yeah, they couldn't have asked for a better start, could they? They've just been putting pressure on straight from the first point, and they've been really effective. I guess in the last couple of points we've seen side from Chinese Taipei with a little more chances to attack, but other than that the Russians have been too clever early on to be able to keep the shuttle down and maintain the pressure that they have had.
Certainly look extremely relaxed at the moment. Some of the slow-mo shots we're getting are superb. A jump smash from Durkin. Looks just that much better in slow motion. That was an interesting shot from Uti Jung. I think she thought it was going to be long.
But that is the one area where we see that Nina Vezlova is a little bit limited. She is heavily dominant on her forehand side and can be vulnerable if you can get it down to her backhand, but she doesn't let that happen very often. And because of that, you will see Vitaly Durkin come forward a lot more on his forehand side. So he often comes closer from there. He'll take one step forward often, and Vezlova normally would cover that one.
Positive signs from Chinese Taipei after the interval. Just mixing it up a little bit more. Just really well worked by the Russian pair. Just keeping the offense, waiting for the real chance that Durkin had to finish it off, and then he was pinpoint with a smash cross court.
Russia have really looking strong in this opening match.
Service over, 6-14. Russia, Russia. Seven, 14.
It's good pressure there from Durkin on the return of serve.
7.
Durkin has dominated the Russian mixed doubles for a long time. Won the national championships from 2004 to 2007 and again in 09 and 10. Slova did well to pull out of that shot at the last minute.
17-8.
Strong rally again from the Russians.
Yeah, you can see again that agreement they have of when Durkin smashes cross court from his forehand side that Vezlova will come across and cut it off. It's really effective.
Just dropping in, maybe that was that drift we were talking about. It didn't look as if it swirled that much. Too young, frustrated.
She got the reply that she was looking for right into her forehand, but came up with the error.
20, game point.
Game point to the Russians. And the first game goes the way of Russia, 21 points to 9. They've really come out and set their stall early. Chinese Taipei really going to have to regroup in this 2-minute break.
Yeah, I think from the Chinese Taipei perspective, there's a number of things that they need to turn around to get back in this match. And firstly, that's the first 3 shots, the serve situation. has been completely controlled by the Russian pair. And while maybe it's easier now when the Chinese Taipei side are playing with the wind to defend a little bit more, but still you need to be coming out at least 50-50 in that situation. And also in the defense, when the shuttle goes up and Durkin is attacking at Wu Tijung, as we see some replays from the first there, that she always finds Vizlova with her first defensive shot. And from there you're just under pressure straight away. She needs to be able to open up the court, maybe give it back to Durkin again, give herself some more time. Otherwise she's just making it harder for herself and for her partner.
Just looking at Chen Hungling, he's got strapping on his shoulder going up onto his neck, and he was just dabbing that on. Hopefully it's just the sweat running down the back of his neck. He looked to be moving okay to me. I don't think he was looking as if he had any major difficulties. But an awkward place to try and strap. Certainly the Chinese Taipei coaches looking a little bit more concerned. They too will be aware that this could be the determining rubber in this match.
Yeah, I think Wu Tijung really needs to step up and challenge Vizlova at the net, because it's been one-way traffic in that department right throughout the first game. Vizlova's just controlled everything and made it a lot easier for Durkin from the back of the court, but also they've had a lot more attacking opportunities as a result.
Second game about to start. Vizlova to serve. Wu Tijung wins the service for Chinese Taipei.
From a Russian perspective, I think that's quite okay. Wu Tijung knows now that Vizlova has a presence at the net. Not that she didn't know already, but
that's a good bit of play by Chen Hungling. I think we might have a challenge. I thought that dropped just in.
I thought the same.
Both teams have 2 challenges. If they're wrong, they lose it.
Ooh, maybe not.
Did it just cut the line? Vizlova looking up at the big screen. Just waiting for Hawkeye to show us the result. And it was just out, so well done Chinese Taipei and Chen Hungling. May not be Hawkeye, but Eagle Eye.
2-1 play. 3-1. In. 4-1.
2 calls going the way of Chinese Taipei. Is that going to tilt the game in their favour? So often just those 2 things can give you the confidence.
Yeah, I think it's still a bit early in the game to really decide that, but a rare mistake from Vizlova there, trying to play the tight block to the net, which she is so good at.
Wonderful jump smash from Durkin to end that rally.
Yeah, they're just such a good combination, these two. Together they play so well. With Vizlova able to set Durkin up with the lift.
Kozlova won bronze in the London Olympics in the women's doubles.
Again, good from Kozlova in the first three.
4-6.
Chinese Taipei still staying in touch at the moment.
Service over. 7-4. Service over. 5-7.
Certainly Durkin seems to be getting plenty of time to fire those smashes back. They're not just getting enough air at the back, enough lift on it.
Yeah, they're not able to push him around the back line and then counter-attack, and I think that's where Woo Tae-young needs to come in and step forward and try and take the net back from Kozlova.
Service over. 8-5.
Closest that Chinese Taipei have been in this match, 8-5, trailing. I think I said trailing, I mean
Service
winning.
over. 6-8.
Crucial they win this second game.
It's a real classic mixed doubles point there we saw from Kozlova and Durkin. And Kozlova just taking the pace off, moving forward, giving Durkin the chance to come in with the attack, and he mixed it up nicely to win the point.
Pray.
Cheng Hung Ling changed his racket. Russia peg it back to 8-all. Wonderful court coverage from Chen Hung Ling, but it was never enough.
Some nice variety there with the disguised drop shot from Durkin.
Russia move into a 2-point lead. Durkin aiming for Woo Tae-young with most of his smashes and getting reward every time. That's the interval again. There's 2 points in it. Chinese Taipei. Ollie, how are they going to snatch this one?
Yeah, it's looking difficult, to be honest. I mean, they did have a lead early in that first half of the second game, but I think that was more due to mistakes from the Russians than really what the Chinese Taipei pair were creating. It seems that this match is sort of in the hands of the Russian pair at the moment, that whether they either win the point or come up with a mistake. But like I said before, they're dominating in the first three, and once they get the attack, that Wu Chi-Young's defense just isn't up to it at the moment. So they're going to have to turn that around and find a way, I think, to come out on top in the first three and secure some more attacking opportunities.
Wu Chi-Young is just 22 years of age. So still very much on the rise and learning what it's all about. Chen Hongling, 29 years old. Been around a lot longer.
Very rare loose serve there from Durkin.
That's a well-worked point by Chinese Taipei. That's been called in.
13.
Just out, I think. Very close.
Might have been worth a challenge.
A shout of in, it may be from another court. Yes, there are 2 courts either side of the centre court.
Second match of top 4 will be women's doubles. Fire, Egypt, Turkey against Prime Liberty with South Africa.
But again, we see the smash from Durkin and the defensive shot from Wu Chi-Young finding the racket of Vislova.
Denmark.
Needs to try and place that somewhere into an open court, whether it's soft to the side at the net or play over Vislova, or just find a way to not put herself under so much pressure.
Service over. 14.
Chinese Taipei team applauding. Wide again from Vislova. 15-14 in favour of Chinese Taipei.
Service over. 15 all.
Once again, Wu plays it into the net. Chinese Taipei still in this game at the moment. They need to get a run of points though.
Yeah, again, just well worked by the Russians. Durkin just taking the pace out of it, making sure that Chen Hungling has to come forward and make contact with the shuttle from below the tape, allowing Vezlova to come in and kill it at the net.
And slipping away now from Chinese Taipei. Vezlova did well to keep that alive as it caught the tape. Game point for Russia to wrap up this match. Well, Wu Ti-young keeps it alive for Chinese Taipei. And they're still alive. And that is the game to the Russians. Rested yesterday, and it obviously paid dividends. They came out extremely strong. Chinese Taipei, they didn't play yesterday. Very dominant display.
Yeah, it was a well-polished performance really from the Russians. That they obviously had a plan to target Wu Ti-young, and they executed it really, really well. They know obviously Chen Hungling is world-class, and they were able to keep him out of the game quite effectively.
33 minutes it took Durkin and Vezlova to dismantle Chen and Wu. 21-9, 21-19. Had to fight a little bit harder in the second set, but they are the victors, giving Russia a 1-0 lead in this match. Next up will be the men's singles. Chu Tien Chen versus Vladimir Malkov. Your predictions on that one, Ollie?
Tien Chen Chu is a heavy favourite looking at the world rankings. He's
at number 7 at the moment, and that's been his best ranking to date. And he's been in really good form recently as well. He was in quarterfinals at the All England, semi-final in China Open late last year, and then he had that little golden period when he won the French Open Superseries and Bitburger Grand Prix Gold in almost back-to-back weeks. So he's in great shape. And Malkov is going to be in an uphill battle, I think. He's also in good form though, won the Finnish Open this year, but I think look for Tien to dominate early on.
Hearing their performances as we just see the lineup for today. Russia with a 1-love lead at the moment in the match. After this will be the men's doubles, followed by the women's singles and the women's doubles. Russia, we saw one of the Russian players with a bit of an injury yesterday. We haven't had any reports on how that was.
Looked like she had some pretty serious knee injury in the mixed doubles late last night. I saw her walking out of the stadium very gingerly, so
with a big ice pack on the leg. Malkov makes his way out along with Chu Chen Chen. Both fairly tall gentlemen. Chu Chen Chen is 180 centimeters, 5'11". Malkov just a little bit taller. Only played each other on one previous occasion. That was a long time ago, in 2012. And Chu Chen Chen was victorious in that match, 23-21, 21-15. So it wasn't one-way traffic, really quite a close encounter in the first set.
yeah, that may have been due to the fact that it was before sort of Tien Xiaochu really sort of rose to the top 10 level that he has now. So it'll be interesting to see if Malkov can maintain that level that he had in the match back then and maybe challenge him early on.
Chu Chen Chen ranked 7, as Ollie said. Vladimir Malkov ranked at 55. There's a big difference in the rankings. Badminton, one of the few sports when you have the singles event where opponents warm each other up. I've ever seen a couple who play each other that don't get on actually refuse to do so. I'm sure that there are some opponents that don't really want to. Look at the stats on Chu Chen Chen. As we said, ranked number 7. Win-loss this year. Won 6, lost 6. Looking at his record though, he's had trouble against mainly the Chinese players in those 6 defeats, which is nothing to be ashamed of. Malkov, similar record, 9 wins, 9 losses. Just interesting that court obviously looks a little bit slippery because Chu Chen Chen was just brushing off the bottom of his shoes. There's confirmation of that previous meeting. a Norwegian international back in 2012. Umpire for this match is Gunnars Luzveris.
And on my left, Russia, represented by Vladimir Malkov.
Service judge
Russia to serve.
Lee Kwan-hui
Love all.
of China.
Play.
So Malkov playing against the wind
It's over.
in the first game.
1 love. Love. So it's over.
Obviously, Ollie, we've
2.
seen that the way the ties are formatted depends on who's actually playing, but if Chinese Taipei get a result in this, how important is it to be back on level terms? I mean, I'm sure there are formats that teams would like to play so they can get the wins early on.
Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, probably from Chinese Taipei's perspective, that when you're favourites in both the men's and ladies singles, if you play them first and you've got a 2-love lead, perfect. And from a Russian perspective, not so good. So yeah, it all depends on, but there's a specific order that they go through and follow, and when you have players playing 2 events, as we do in this match, that it will determine the order of play depending on how much rest they need.
Do teams select on that basis that it will determine the order of the games? Or does that not really come into it?
On occasions, I think it's happened in the past, but yeah, to be honest, it's more who's going to win or who's going to give you the best chance in that match. That's more important.
Linear, Indonesia. Service judge, Rudianto, Indonesia.
It's over.
Malkov watching that one drop out of play. Second one that sure is just overhit.
由殷大龙对阵施纳泽，裁判员范德莱威，南非，发球裁判员纳图，印度。
The second match
Pretty frustrated at that shot.
women's singles. Luciano, Thailand against Schnade, Germany. Umpire, Van Meerwer, South Africa. Service judge, Nahu, India.
Malkov was certainly trying to make Chu move, but he had an answer for everything thrown at him. .26 shots in that rally.
Serves over. 4-5.
Nice tight cross-court net there from Malkov. It's one of his strengths, actually, but particularly on the forehand side.
Malkov is staying in touch at the moment. Just Wondering if we'll see Chu Chen Chen lifted after the interval, as we saw Lin Dan do yesterday against Germany.
Serve is over. 6-5. Serve's over. 6-all.
It's a nicely worked attack there from Malkov, dragging him wide with the smash towards the line and then directing his next shot at Tian's body.
Serve's over. 7-6.
Service going back and forth at the moment. Neither player really dominating. A challenge coming from
Chinese Taipei challenge.
Chu Chen Chen.
I think he might have been deceived by the drift there. It's just come back in. I think that looks comfortably inside.
Yeah, I think that's looked in normal vision. That replay there, I'm not quite so sure. Just looking at where the shadow was on the court. Markov looking up at the big screen to see if he has got the point. Most players with 2 challenges per match. If they're right, they get to keep it. If they're wrong, they lose it. As Chu Chen, well, he's lost one.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Wry smile on his face.
7-all, 1 challenge remain.
He made Malkov work and he did really well, the big Russian, to get a couple of those returns back.
7. Nine, 7. Line judge.
Just waiting while the court is swept of moisture.
9-7.
Malkov came in really quickly to make sure he could kill that point.
9.
Makov's hanging in there at the moment, Ollie.
Yeah, it's been a good start for him. We're not really seeing, I mean, maybe Tien's not quite in the class of Lin Dan, but we saw yesterday that Zwiebler was really unable to put any pressure on him in his match, but today it's been different.
Serves over. 10-8.
But again, I think, like you said before, let's look for Tien to maybe step up some gears after the 11-point interval. Maybe even before.
Well, yeah, those last 2 points, he's really put an exclamation mark on the match. Just saw the movement of his racket when he was at the zenith of his leap, just changing the angle. That slow motion showing that.
Что тебе надо? Вот с этой позиции чуть настой. Перевод, да? Обрати внимание на то, что ты с левой половинки все играешь, это смешиваешь в диагональ, да? Она по прямой. Потому что он диагональ очень хорошо берет. Особенно сейчас, когда ты против ветра, да? Тебя, чуть-чуть волна останавливается. Здесь надо
I'm not sure you understand Russian, but do you get what she's trying to imply that he should do from the hand gestures?
To be honest, not really, no. But I mean, he's, like I said, he's had a good start. He's been able to create some pressure and score some points off his own racket, so it's been positive early on, but if he wants to have any chance, he needs to really be able to stay with Tien in these next 4 or 5 points.
Markov did well to win that point because Chen had him going back and forward.
11.
Emphatic again from Chao Chen Chin.
9.
Yeah, just got to give it that little bit extra when you're playing against the wind, and that's too easy.
Said crucial few points, 4 or 5 points. He goes out to 4. Five-point cushion now for Chinese Taipei. Just being too relaxed?
I think almost the opposite. A little bit too snatchy. It is quite hard in a big hall in your first match, like I've said, to find your timing, but she was just looking a bit bewildered after that one.
Credit to Malkov, he's fought back 2 points in succession. Players had a camp in Vladivostok before they head over to China for this tournament, the 14th Sudirman Cup. Some of the teams don't have that luxury, Ollie, do they? To get together when they get here.
It's quite true.
I'm not sure what Wu Young was doing there. We're saying that's what we should have done. Suddenly, Zhao Jinqiu has moved into 7-point lead.
Women men's singles. Ramadan, Turkey against Malacca, South Africa. Umpire, Cox, Netherlands. Service judge, Lo Chi Kong, Hong Kong.
And the first game looking as if it's going to go the way of Chinese Taipei.
Chow has just been a lot more aggressive after the 11-point interval. Prior to that, he was happy to take things a little bit later in the rear court and just play a bit safer, but now he's jumping up off both feet and using the attacking weapons that he has.
20, game point 11.
Game point now to Chow. Markov quick to walk to the side. I think he surrendered that point. He was in the match for so long, but as suspected after the 11-point break, Chao Tien Chen came out to take the first game in 16 minutes, 21 points to 11. Just seems that some of these top players inside the top 10 just have several gears that they can just lift when they need to.
Yeah, that's what makes them the best, really. But I think it was also important for Cho to do that on the side of the court that he has. When you're playing with the wind, it's easy, obviously, to hit the shuttle down and score the point. So therefore, he was more aggressive. I think we can look to see that from Malkov. Early on in the second, he'll need to keep his speed high and use his height and use his angles from the back of the court. Because he did, even against the wind, he was able to create some pressure on Tien early in the first game, but it is harder to do that once he steps up a gear and the speed becomes higher.
If you've just joined us, this is the men's singles in the 14th Sudirman Cup. Day 2, Chinese Taipei taking on Russia. Russia won the mixed doubles, so they're currently leading 1-0 in the match. So it's crucial that Chao Tien Chen wins this match to pull them back level at 1-1. Second game underway. Malkov would love to steal this match, let alone a game if he could.
Yeah, the previous point was exactly how he needs to play, and unfortunately for him there was an error just there, but if he can continue and keep that up consistently, but that's the hard thing to do, isn't it?
Hard to do, and also hard to be allowed to do it when you're playing against a player like Chao Tien Chen.
He really has started the second game as he finished the first. It's good speed, good aggression.
Service over.
Interesting how
3-all.
Chen rarely looks across at his coaches, where Malkoff is frequently looking at his before each point.
Yeah, I mean, some players like to have that reassurance between rallies that, yep, you're doing the right thing, or nope, maybe not, you could change this, try this instead.
Service over. 4-all.
I'm sure in a tight match, just having a thumbs up from your coach.
Service
Long.
over. 5-4.
Terrific touch around the net from both players.
Why, how Chow didn't clip the net with his racket is just amazing.
Service over. 5-all.
Neck and neck at 5-all. Flipping the tape, taking it away from Malkoff. If it had taken the Norman trajectory, he was there, perfectly placed.
Service over.
Perfect response.
Markov just apologising there for the bit of fortune he had with the net roll.
Oh! 8-6.
Malkoff with a 2-point lead. Now he would love to go into the 11-point break with a lead. Wide.
Service over. 7-8.
Malkoff signalled a challenge there and then quickly realised that it was actually up and didn't want to.
His heart wanted to believe it had gone in.
8-all.
Great play from Chia Chin Chen.
Play.
Malakov watching that one dangerously close to drifting back in.
And that one did exactly that.
9.
Chen knows it.
Service over.
Just too long.
10 all.
Super shot from Zhao Tianchen.
Interval.
Just the deft touch over the net. And he goes into the interval with an 11-10 lead. Again, you would expect Chad to just lift it after the break.
You would, but I think it'll be a little more difficult for him this time. Now he's playing against the wind. It's a little bit harder to put the shuttle on the floor, so he's going to have to work harder again for his points. Whereas Malkov's played it quite smart. He's been early on the net, not playing too much to the back line, because after a while he's going to probably push one too long.
Score to 120 seconds.
Very even in this second game of the men's singles.
11-10.
Malakov certainly making a game of it.
Play. Well, 10.
Is that a sign of what's to come?
Chu's certainly looking a lot more comfortable on defense in the second set. So we see that smash there from Chu at 352 kilometers an hour to finish off that rally.
Showing how badminton is the fastest racket sport in the world. Sometimes the shuttle going faster than an F1 car, which is hard to comprehend at times.
Yeah, perhaps sometimes it doesn't look that fast on the TV, but when you're involved in the action or right next to it,
Service over.
it's a different story.
11.
We were talking off air what your reaction time must be as a player, and it's minutesimal.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if you could actually do some timing on that, or work out exactly how long you have
11.
to return the shuttle, but I don't think it would be very long at all.
In other sports, there's reaction times in cricket and football are all about 0.6 of a second from a penalty or a quick bowler bowling. Drag flicks in hockey again at 0.6, 0.7. I think you'd be less in this.
I'm going to take a stab. I'll say around about half that.
13-15.
Malkov is still hanging in there, making Chow work.
Yeah, good little period this from Malkov. He did well there. He was under pressure from Chu and just took the pace out of it, making sure the shuttle was below the net. And therefore Tien had to play upwards the next one. And he was able to counter-attack really well.
Pulled it back onto level terms again, 15 apiece.
Over. 16-15.
Well, he thought that was going to drift over the line and it just dropped in.
Yeah, clever serve from Tien, just mixing it up.
Malkov throwing himself around on the court. No question about his commitment. Xiao Chen Chen just working him to all corners and killing the point. And Malkov fight back once more.
Taipei challenge.
Another challenge. Malkov sure that that went out.
I think both players made signals to challenge that, whichever way the call went.
Xiao Chen Chen, he's lost one of his challenges. This is his last one. And it did just drop in. So he's correct to challenge on that occasion.
Successful. 19-15. Play.
Malkov annoyed with himself because he's now given Chow match point. And Chinese Taipei even up the rubber at one apiece. Xiao Tian Chen victorious, and he was made to work hard by Malkov.
Won by Chinese Taipei.
He was, but I think
21-11.
we mentioned it earlier that we knew that, or he knew as well, that he had another gear, and again at 15-all there in the second he was able to step up and take 6 points in a row. And I think that's why he's number 7 in the world, and he's won Super Series titles before, that he's able to control his tempo and control his speed and also control Malkov throughout the match. But it was a spirited fight from Malkov. He pushed him early on and he did well in the start of both sets to stay close, but unfortunately he just made a few too many errors at crucial times.
In a team event like this, how important is it for, you know, the morale of the whole team for someone like Malkov to stretch a player like Chen there?
It's a difficult one because he goes in, I guess, with no pressure at all, so I don't think he's got anything to lose in terms of team morale and team spirit from that match. But if he can push him and he can make it a real close fight, maybe it goes to extra points in one of the sets, or he even takes the game and it goes 3. It can add something to the team environment.
So Chao Chen victorious in the men's singles, 21-11, 21-11 against Vladimir Malkov. Next up will be the men's doubles. Li Shengmu and Tsai Jie-Tsian taking on Vladimir Ivanov and Ivan Sozanov. You believe that one could go the way of Russia, or is this the one you think could go either way?
Oh, this could go either way, that's definitely for sure. We saw Ivanov and Sozanov played really well last night, beating the Japanese pairing, world number 6 of Endo and Hayakawa, 21-19, 21-12. So they're obviously in good form, and they've caused some really good pairs a lot of problems over the years.
There's confirmation of the results so far. Chinese Taipei versus Russia, 1 apiece in this, the 14th Sudirman Cup team event. Men's singles going to Chinese Taipei, mixed doubles going to Russia. Next, the men's doubles, then we have the women's singles and the women's doubles. Is it going to go down to the very last match? Have to wait and see. Next match is certainly going to be an intriguing one. The men's doubles. Chinese Taipei, their team is ranked 4th. Russia ranked 12 as they make their way onto the court.
The third match of Hong Kong will be men's doubles. Li Shengmu, Tsai Jia-Xian, Chinese Taipei against Ivanov, Sozonov, Russia. Umpire, Oslo, Germany. Service judge, Miss Levis, Latvia.
Certainly one of the tallest players in the tournament, Vladimir Ivanov. Just under 2 meters tall. Just towers over the net, doesn't he? I'm thinking I'd struggle to see over the net.
You want first racket or shuttle? Shuttle. Racket for you? Li would serve, okay.
Chinese Taipei winning the toss. Li Shengmu has opted to serve. Again, we have a interesting matchup. Li Shengmu, Tsai Jie-Tsian, Chinese Taipei taking on Vladimir Ivanov and Ivan Sozanov. Russia with a right and left hand combination against an all right hand combination. It was very effective for them in the mixed doubles.
Yeah, of course, interesting that both Ivanov and Sozanov started off their careers as mainly singles players, and then obviously had a lot of success in the doubles together, and are now primarily focused on that. But yeah, they combine really well. Sozanov spends a lot more time at the front of the court and lets Ivanov, with his reach and his height, just cover and control around the back.
Confirmation that they're ranked 12th in the world in men's doubles. Good career win-loss record, 165 wins to 74 losses, and not bad this year. 14 wins, 7 losses. So far more wins than there are losses going their way. Ivanov, 27 years old, 197 centimeters tall. That's 6 foot 6 inches.
Ready for play?
Li Shengmu, world ranking number 4. 9-5 win-loss for this pairing in 2015.
Yeah, they're a very consistent pair. Li and Tsai that might reach the quarterfinals in the Singapore Super Series recently, the semi-finals in Malaysia, quarterfinals in All England. They're very steady, and you know what you're going to get with them.
Li Shengmu and Chia Hsien Tsai a little bit shorter at 179 centimeters and 180 respectively. Chia Hsien Tsai has got a good reputation in doubles, both mixed and men's doubles. Part in the 2004 Olympics, that seems a very long time ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right,
Umpire for this match, Christoph Oswald from Germany.
And on my left, Russia,
And Gunnar
represented by Vladimir
Zvers
Ivanov and
is
Ivan
the
Zozanov.
service judge.
Then he set the serve, Li Shengmu to Vladimir Ivanov. Bravo. Play.
First point goes the way of Chinese Taipei. Great rally.
Yeah, I think both pairs will be aware, obviously, of how crucial this match is in the scheme of things in the overall tie. Straight away, the intention's clear there from Li and Tsai that they know they can't afford to defend too much. Playing with the wind, it's quite easy to lift it out. They're looking to move forward at the earliest possible opportunity.
Well, the last time these two met was in the German Open this year. And it was the Russians who were victorious. That's the first time they'd actually beaten this pairing. And an interesting observation, in their last 3 meetings, that was the first time they won the first set. However, just to show how evenly matched they are, in the 4 meetings they've all gone to 3 sets.
2-4.
I'm expecting this to be a long, drawn-out battle.
over. 5-3. Service over. 4-5.
Superb return from Rashid right down the middle.
Serve has to be so precise when you're serving to a guy like Ivanov with his reach.
Service over. 6-4.
2号场地将要进行的是泰国队与德国队的第3场比赛，男子单打，由坦努萨克对阵斯维克勒，裁判员巴特，澳大利亚，发球裁判员范德赖威，南非。
Terrific return, that one from Sazonov, just brushing across the back of the shuttle, sending Lee slightly in the wrong direction.
Germany. Umpire, Buck, Australia. Service judge, Van South Africa.
6-all. Whoa! 7-6.
Nice variety in there. His serve from Ivanov. Serving out wide to the forehand of Sai.
Service over. 7-all.
And of course, really important to do, especially in the doubles, to keep your opponent unsure of where you're serving to.
Very, very tight game so far.
Service over. 8-all.
Off to serve.
Service over. 9-8.
Interesting, Ivanov just slipping there, but not asking for the court to be wiped. Lovely shot.
10-8.
Yeah, very well read from Sai. Realised that Sazonov was only going to be able to play that short.
Service over.
Good response from the Russians.
Service over. 11-9. Interval.
The 11-point interval. It's very, very even out there.
Yeah, both pairs have been really placing a lot of importance on trying to secure the net and be the ones that move in and take control of that. And I think the pair from Chinese Taipei, Lee and Sai, have been able to do that more effectively, but they know, being on that side of the court, that they can't play with too much freedom and play it too high and lift a lot, because they're going to end up making mistakes when you're playing with the wind. But I think from the Russian side that they can start to play over
120 seconds.
a little bit more, because they're playing against the wind. They've got some space in there, and both Lee and Sai are moving forward very early on. So there is some space at the back of the court that they can exploit.
Interesting to see if the Russian coaches have spotted that as well. I'm sure they have.
11-9. Play. Fail! 12-9. Fail! 13-9.
4-point margin now in favour of Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, I just think that the Russians are trying to take on Lee and Tsai in the areas where they're good, which are the flat rallies. As you see another example there.
9.
They're just that half a step faster at the moment.
Five points is tough margin to claw back. Every rally is worth a point.
15-9.
Chinese Taipei just pulling away now after that 11-point interval. Shot.
16-9.
Yeah, fantastic drop shot there from Lee. So well disguised, just held it. And was still able to play it with good pace too.
So it's over.
The point you make about what the Russians are doing, do you think that's come from the players themselves or from the coaching staff?
Well, it's not, I guess, traditional men's doubles in that it really is about the battle for the net, as we see that Lee and Tsai are doing, and it
17-10.
Normally you don't want to give away a lift, and I guess it's about being able to do it at the right moment. And it was a different tactic, but I think the Russians need to change something, because the way they're going at the moment is playing right into the hands of Lee and Tsai, and it's just all been too easy, and they're too fast
10.
in these flat rallies.
On. 19-10.
Biggest margin so far, 9 points now. 2 game points. 2 points away from taking the first game.
Game point 10.
Game point now to Chinese Taipei.
Service over. 11-20.
That was better, mixing it up. They've obviously heard what you were saying, Ollie. Maybe just a little bit late in this particular game. It is indeed, as Chinese Taipei take the first game, 21-12. Really one-way traffic after the interval.
Yeah, it was quality stuff from Lee and Tsai. Just too fast. Too good in the first 3 as well. And they were able to dominate in pretty much every flat rally, and that's the difficult thing about this hall and the way it's playing at the moment, that Ivanov and Sozanov are going to have to try and replicate what Lee and Tsai basically did in that first game. Now they're playing with the wind, they have the advantage, they can move forward, then they're going to be okay. But the more, like we saw in that second to last rally when the shuttle got lifted out the back line, if that happens and Lee and Tsai have the lift quite often, then that's what's going to continue to happen. So it's really important even more so now that Ivanov and Sozanov can find a way to get the shuttle into either open space or just get it down below the tape, because they have been trying to take on Lee and Tsai, especially in the first three. It's all been very soft around the net, and we're seeing they're both very, very good there. So if they can maybe push the service returns to the back of the court, give themselves a little bit more time, take one of the Chinese Taipei players away from the net, and then open up some space in the front that they can then play into.
And the 4 times they've met, when they've lost the opening set, on 2 occasions they've gone on and lost the match.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
And those were 2 tournaments in 2014, Indonesian Open and the Thomas Cup. So all to do for the Russians in this second game.
Second game. Level. Play. Out. Service over. 1 love.
Not the best start for
Service over. 1
good response on the second point.
A great piece of deception on the service return.
Service over. 2, 1.
Straight away a more positive start from the Russians, moving forward. Sozanov there, able to take control and eventually finish the point.
4, 1.
Too far from Sozanov.
2, 4. Hey! 3, 4. So it's over. 5, 3.
Moving off with such reach.
Whoa! 6, 3.
Well played.
7, 3. Whoa! 8, 3.
Good passage of play for Russia at the moment.
Yeah, it's a complete turnaround now. They're the ones in charge of the first three and taking complete control. A little bit of fortune there. I think so.
10-3.
It's good vision there from Ivanov. He was aware that one of the players from Chinese Taipei was moving forward to cover the net and therefore left a lot of space behind him.
And Russia go into the 11-point interval with 11-3 lead. Brilliant respond after losing the first game. I would have thought they don't need the coaches, just keep doing what you're doing.
That's been a fantastic turnaround from Ivanov and Sozanov. But we see really the importance of the first three in the men's doubles. If you can take control of that and you can get a lot of cheap points from it, then you can race out to an 11-3 lead like what just happened.
20 seconds, court 120 seconds.
The Chinese Taipei, who lifted after the break in the last game, have it all to do.
Yeah, Sozanov's been particularly good off his own serve as well.
11-3.
Able to take the third shot a lot of times and just place it down.
Service all called. Service over.
After the break, he's been penalised.
Yeah, service faulted there for the racket not pointing in a downward position, I believe, at the moment of contact. Ooh, might have been a little unjust.
I'm glad you said that.
Service over. 12-4.
They've got the serve back. It will be Ivanov this time. Judgment from Ivanov.
Service over. 5-30. Service over.
It's just not going right for Chinese Taipei. Shengmu just serving into the net.
Brilliant play at the start of that rally from Sozanov that's set that up. He's really stepped up in the first three like I've been talking about, but then the steep attack from Ivanov, able to play him back in and he's able to finish it off, but he's just a lot more ready with his racket around the net.
Service over. 6-15.
Sozanov's steepling shot.
16-6.
The angle at which he drove that down.
Yeah, really using all of his height.
Service over. 7-16. Over 17-7.
Sozanov back on serve. Russia have looked their most dangerous when he has had service.
Service over 8-17.
I just put the hoodoo on him.
18-8.
Markov watching on, holding his teammates.
Service over. 9-18.
And they're just going back and forth at the moment.
Service over.
The Russians won't mind though, because they're picking up points and they still have 10-point buffer at the moment.
Service over. 10-19.
Just push that out.
19.
Even off, it was a good idea.
Ivanov not at all ready at the start of that rally.
That's what he was saying actually to his partner. I was still wandering around at the back of the court. They have game point though.
Both players able to have a laugh about it. Always pays to check that your partner's with you though.
So getting the call from Lee to leave that one. And the second game goes the way of the Russians. So it will be decided, as has been the way in all of their previous 4 matchups, by a third set. You said this one could go either way. 21-12, 21-12. Identical.
Yeah, it really has been a battle of the first 3, like I've been saying. I mean, you look at the match duration, it's been only 24 minutes. There's been sets that were played yesterday that were longer than that, so it's been a lot of short rallies and both sides really placing all their emphasis on the first 3, and I think whoever is able to, I guess, be brave enough to go over and play something that's not in and or around the net, to give something different, gives them something else to think about, even if it doesn't work. It might just make them back off the net half a step and then create some openings later on.
We see that jump from Ivanov. You just wonder how high his racket is. He's 6'6", he's jumping. You think his arm's got to be another meter. So that's about 7. So that's about sort of 3 meters high. And then the racket on the end of that.
Very high is probably quite appropriate.
Well, the Russians are back out on the court waiting for Chinese Taipei. That may be sending a message that they're ready to get on with things. In fact, umpire Oswald is having to tell them to wait, because it's not time to get underway yet.
Final game. Level. Play.
First point at the final game goes the way of Chinese Taipei. What a rally to open this final set. Starting the way the 2 previous games have, with service going back and forth. communication between Chinese Taipei players. Ivanov just got dragged out of position.
Again, we're just seeing that both Lee and Tsai together are just more, I guess, familiar with each other in the flat rallies, and they're able to position themselves better.
Russia fighting back.
The fourth match on Group 5 will be men's doubles. A natural victor, Nigeria, against Gunasan, Johannesson, Iceland. Umpire, Taipei, China. Service judge, Schmidt, Switzerland.
Ivanov is actually a great story. He said he was watching badminton on television back in 1995 when he was 8 years old and decided that's when he wanted to take the game up. So he was watching this tournament. If you want to take the game up, you can make it to the very top.
Terrific net coverage from Sozanov in that rally. And that's really when they're at their most dangerous as a combination, when Sozanov's able to cut off and intercept those shuttles around the net. Just like that.
6-5.
That's where they won the second game of this set. And it was on his serve. Able to get that one over the net. Sozanov started playing as a 6-year-old, as his father played.
Sozanov not happy that he wasn't really expecting that one to come back flat again. Just wasn't quite ready for it.
Chinese Taipei now edging ahead. Coming off Sozanov's racket before Ivanov played it. Biggest lead so far in this third game. 4 points in favour of Chinese Taipei. Just trying to get that advantage. Even off with a deep serve.
Yeah, clever. It's worked well for him during the match so far.
So it's over. 11-8 interval. Change ends.
11-point interval. Chinese Taipei with an 11-8 lead.
Yeah, still pretty evenly poised, you'd have to say. It's only been a couple of mistakes there from Sozanov, you could say, that has created the difference, but again, it's still all being decided in the first three, and a lot of mistakes or winners being hit from both sides. But I think especially from a rush perspective, if you can push some of the returns into the rear court, the corners back there, open it out a little bit, give yourself some space, because they're just being beaten for pace when both Lee and Tsai move forward to the net and continue to put pressure on in the flat rallies.
That it was doubles at its best, in sync.
11-8.
Players are back out on the court. 11-8 in favour of Chinese Taipei. Third game, one game all.
It's over. 9-11.
Russia claimed the first point after the break. Sounded as if Sozanov just didn't quite get hold of that one.
Yeah, nice defense there from Chinese Taipei. Just really pushing them off balance.
That point meant a lot to Chinese Taipei. Not shown a great deal of emotion in this match, but there was a cheer and a fist pump from both players. Five-point lead.
Yeah, fantastic defense this. Perhaps should have gone down the line with that Ivanov, but
so it's over. 10-14.
3号场地将要进行的是捷克队与奥地利队的第4场比赛，女子双打，由巴索娃、帕罗尔科娃对阵雷斯兹塞德，裁判员鲁菲恩托，印度尼西亚。
That was a well-disguised shot again. He just eased up on the power.
Match on top 3 will be women's doubles. Ostrova, Kavakova, Czech Republic against Rice.
16-10.
Biggest lead so far in this final game.
Chinese Taipei.
17-10.
It's coming undone now for Russia.
Yeah, unfortunately for both Ivanov and Sozanov and the Russian team, there's been a few mistakes that have crept into particularly Sozanov's game. Just towards the end of the first half of this set, and then after the 11-point interval. Except it was Ivanov that time, but
Service over. 11-18.
They inch closer to Chinese Taipei. Every point crucial now for Russia. Another point. The gap closes. Taipei though, pinch a point back. Require just 2 more points for victory in the match. Russia not giving up.
14-19.
Needs Sozanov at his best now. Well, one has to say, was that a bit of gamesmanship from Chinese Taipei? Delaying.
yeah, I think it certainly was, and paid off.
Match point.
Service over. 15-20.
Russia though, back with serve. Still with a chance. Slim chance. It's another point.
20.
That was in as well.
17-20.
Beginning to cheer for the Russians. The Chinese Taipei find the winner. And after 3 sets, closely contested, they come out on top in what could be the tie that decides who wins this match overall.
Match won by Chinese Taipei, 21-12, 12-21, 21-17.
Yeah, the Russians just couldn't quite reproduce the form that they had in the second game and take it into the third, but credit to Lee and Tsai, they were better in the flat exchanges and just faster at moving forward and being able to take their opportunities around the net and establish their dominance that way. Of course, the front court's so important in the men's doubles, and they were better in there today, and I think that's why they come away with victory.
The Russians frustrated. Sozanov knowing that he had a bit of a dip in his form in that final game, and that was where Chinese Taipei took the advantage. Lee and Tsai victorious over Ivanov and Sozanov, 21-12, 12-21, 21-17. Next up will be the women's singles. As we take in some of the highlights from that match. Ivan Sozanov was dominant in the second game, which Russia won, and hate to say it goes the way of the trend of the last 3 games. If the Russians have lost the first set, they've ended up losing the match in the third game. So we look at the match overall. Chinese Taipei 2, Russia 1. Chinese Taipei lost the mixed doubles. They came back with a win in the men's singles and have now claimed the men's doubles. Now it will be all up to the ladies. What can they do? Can the Russian ladies fight back and take it all through to the women's doubles to decide this particular match? Tai Tzu Ying takes on Natalia Perminova as they make their way out onto the court.
The fourth match on Hot 1 women's singles. Tai Tzu, Chinese Taipei against
Well, Ollie,
Russia.
this one, how do you see it going, and who is it tipped in favour of? Is it Chinese Taipei, who probably on paper have the edge?
Yeah, I think you're definitely right there. It's Tai Tzu Ying, the 20-year-old from Chinese Taipei, has risen very quickly to number 4 in the world and has been in good form, especially over the last 6 months, winning the World Superseries finals, of course, in Dubai late last year. She was in the final a couple of weeks ago of the Singapore Super Series and also made semi-finals at the All England Championships this year. So she's had a great little period over the past few months and is obviously in really, really good form. And only 20, so such a bright future ahead.
She looks very relaxed on the court, and why wouldn't she be with the success she's had? Tai Tzu Ying, 20 years old, 163 centimeters, 5'4", against Natalia Perminova, 24 years old. Again, still young player for Russia. Tai Tzu Ying, as Ollie said, ranked 4 in the world. Good career win-loss and a good return for 2015 as well. Just 4 losses so far this year against 10 wins. Perminova ranked at 52. Win-losses in her career, almost matching her win-losses in 2015 at 50-50, not far off.
Yeah, she's been around that ranking in the world for a while. Her best world ranking of 38.
Ready to play.
But she had a semi-final in the Iran Challenge a few weeks back as well, so maybe she can take some confidence from a reasonable start to 2015 into this game. I say start to 2015, we're in May, aren't we?
It's flown by. Can't believe I have a birthday coming up very soon and yours was just yesterday.
So Perminova starting against the wind.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Chinese Taipei, represented by Tai Tzu
Li
Ying.
Kuan-hu from China is our umpire for this match.
Represented by Natalia Perminova.
And Christoph Oswald from Germany, the service judge. Worth noting that all the officials volunteers.
One love. Service over. 1.
Just dropping inside from Tai Tzu Ying. High, deep serve.
2, 1.
This time it's long.
Service over. 2 all.
These two have met just once before, and that was last year in the Uber Cup. And Permanova lost that 13-21, 17-21.
4, 2.
A bit of pressure on her. Try and get a win in this match to keep the tie alive for Russia. Well-worked point, but she had to work hard to win it.
3, 4.
Yeah, it's quite a common trait in matchups between players of, I guess, differing abilities and top levels, that Permanova today will have to work so much harder to score her points.
33 shots in that rally.
But that said, she's had off to a good start. She's not giving Tai Tzu Ying any easy points.
See what she was trying to do there.
Didn't miss it by much.
No, I was going to say, you win and lose sometimes by finite margins. Oh, lovely touch from Tai Tzu Ying. Played for the Banga Beats in the Indian Badminton League. One of the better named franchises. Oh, superb. Permanova just getting some advice from the coaches.
Service over. 5, 7.
Tai Tzu Ying just occasionally just looks too relaxed.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen her just make a mistake on that cross-court forehand. But I think that's very much her style as well, as she gets a little bit of fortune there with a net cord.
8, 5.
Nothing you can do about that.
Absolutely nothing. And I think Permanovas didn't drop over.
6-8.
She's still hanging in there, Natalia Permanova. She's within to the 3-point range.
Service over. 9-7. Service over. 8-9.
One of Permanova's qualities as a ladies singles player is certainly her determination. She will never ever lie down and make sure she gets as much back as she possibly can.
Lovely weighted shot from Tai Tzu Ying. Good fight back again from Permanova. She's tied it up. And she takes the lead and goes into the 11-point break with the lead. So well done, Natalia Permanova. Although Tai Tzu Ying, all of those points have been unforced errors.
Yeah, I think it's been credit to Permanova early on that she's been not really giving away any easy points. And Tai Tzu Ying has either had to win it herself or she's come up with the unforced error, and to continually generate your own points can be difficult. And if she knows that Permanova is just going to keep things coming back, that she has to create everything that Tai Tzu Ying is going to win, then she knows she has to work hard, and then who knows? Maybe she lapses a little bit, Permanova has an opportunity. But I think that last rally before the interval was really a good indication for Permanova, able to play the flatter punch clears against the wind and put Tai Tzu Ying under pressure in the rear court, much like that.
I think that one dropped in, didn't it?
I think it did, yeah.
Certainly did. Tai Tzu Ying was thinking of appealing, challenging rather, and thought better of it. Be a bit of an upset if Permanova did take this match, but she's doing everything right at the moment. Characteristic mistakes coming from Tai Tzu Ying. Oh, Permanova, good judgment. She had a chance to put it away a bit earlier. Even off applauding.
Yeah, what a rally that was.
31 shots in the rally. Permanova winning her 6th point in a row. Well, it needed something special from Tai Tzu Ying. He'll make serve and a point.
The 5th match on court 5 will be women's doubles. Dorcas Grace, Nigeria, against Latte Margaret, Iceland. Umpire, Castellumo, Malaysia.
Nicely disguised by Tai Tzu Ying, but just not enough on it to take it over. And another unforced error gives Permanova a 5-point lead.
She's just got to keep picking up points now. But Tai Tzu Ying.
Service over, 12-16.
Pulls her forward and then just fires it into the back court. Long, I think.
Service over, 17.
Hard to see when we were with Permanova's blocking our view, but definitely long from the replay. Oh, lovely shot. Oh, no, it didn't go anywhere under the net. For a second I thought she'd got that back. Tai Tzu Ying starts the fight back. Just out.
15-17.
With the right area to play the shot, Ollie?
I think just better pace on it. There's no, well, from my limited ladies singles expertise, like I said, that you can't really see if there's a weaker corner from Tai Tzu Ying in the rear court, but it's just important that Permanova can keep some reasonable pace on her clears and put Tai Tzu Ying under pressure in the back line, especially when she's playing against the wind. It's more difficult to hit it out, so you can afford to put some more pace on it and play a flatter punch clear, but obviously it's important you get the height right.
Service over, 16-18.
The gap closes. One-point margin now as Tai Tzu Ying fights back. She was the youngest ever Taiwanese #1 player, 16 years, 6 months. That dropped in, I think. Permanova's shoulders just sunk as she turned around and watched it land in there.
Yeah, a little bit hopeful that that was going long, I think. But you can hear her effort during the rally, but Tsai Tsu-ying is completely in control.
Now she's back on level terms. Oh, what a shot to take the lead.
Turkey against Villion, South Africa. Umpire, Lo Chi-Kwong, Hong Kong. Service judge, Silver, Denmark.
That was long, though. No, it wasn't. It was in. And up here, it looked as if it might have been a little bit long. Oh, what a comeback from world number 4. And she takes the first game. 1 point, she was 6 points down.
Yeah, from 17-12, all that Permanova won was a service mistake from Tsai Tsu-ying.
18 minutes, and she takes the first match 21-18. Permanova played so well. But she expended a lot of energy in that game. Tsai Tsu-ying making her work very, very hard. But all for nothing. She now has to do it all over again. Keep this game alive.
Yeah, we saw a real momentum shift from 17-12 when Tsai Tsu-ying was able to step up and just take control of the rallies. Permanova wasn't able to put the pressure on that she had been able to earlier in the set.
Of course, there's then the psychological thing, isn't there, that you've had that lead, it's been pegged back, and you ended up losing the game as well. Suddenly you feel a little bit more fatigued than you did before.
Yeah, Permanova's going to have to play a different game and adjust to the drift from this end now. Not completely different, obviously, but she's not going to be able to play the flat punch clears that she did in the first set. It's a lot more risky.
You'd also expect a few less unforced errors from Tsai Tsu-ying in the second game. Permanova not happy with herself.
see Permanova just struggling to adjust to the drift from this end of the court. You have to take a little bit of pace out of your clears and lifts with a little more height.
As each shot goes out, her shoulders seem to droop a little bit more.
Yeah, Russia's hopes of claiming this overall match are slipping away very quickly.
I was going to say that Tai Tzu Ying's father was a firefighter, and she's extinguishing the flames of hope for Russia.
Yeah, I think perhaps Permanova was still reflecting on maybe the chances that she had in that first game.
Certainly struck me as that was the case. She was thinking how she'd let that slip. That's the difference, isn't it, between the top players? They managed to put those sort of games out of their mind straight away.
Service over 10-3.
And just overheating, and to the interval. 11-3 in favour of Tai Tzu Ying, who, after stealing the first game, has totally dominated the second.
Yeah, it's been relentless, hasn't it? Since 17-12 in the first, when Permanova was up, Tai Tzu Ying has really stepped up her game and been in complete control. And I think reflective of her level as world number 4, that she was able to do that from the side that now Permanova is really struggling with.
She looks remarkably relaxed. What a difference the two girls look. Permanova looking extremely distressed. It's almost one-way traffic now for Tai Tzu Ying. She was at one time the youngest winner of a Super Series event in 2012.
15-3.
Yeah, full use of the court there from Tai Tzu Ying, stretching Permanova from one side to the other.
Just not going right for Permanova.
No, it's a shame for her after she played such a good, well, she played so well for so much of the first set.
Looked as if she was going to steal that.
Service over. 4-17.
The wheels have definitely come off. Hopefully Permanova will look back on this game and learn a few lessons from it, because she showed she can match it with the best.
Yeah, I think looking back on this one, you can look at it two ways. That, yeah, she got convincingly beaten in the second set, but had a 17-12 lead in the first. And I think she's shown that her fighting qualities and that she was able to foot it for the best part of a game with world number 4. So you can look at it that way and choose to look at what she had done well.
20,
match point now in favor of Tai Tzu Ying. It has been one-way traffic in this second game. And she finishes it the way she finished the first. Tai Tzu Ying really dominant in that second game.
Match won by Chinese Taipei.
And her victory means that Chinese Taipei have wrapped up this match. They have a lead of 3-1 with the women's doubles still to come. Permanova battled so hard in the first game, and it looked as if she was going to get an unlikely victory, but in the end it was a bridge too far, and the experienced, although only 20 years old, Tai Tzu Ying prevailed 21-18, 21-5 in half an hour. So Ollie, if we look back on the games that have taken place so far today in this match, it is really that mixed doubles one that could have tipped the balance either way and made this last game mean something.
Yeah, I think you're right. In their men's doubles, it was pretty important for Russia to be able to come away with that, even though, again, on ranking they weren't favourites in the match. But yeah, it was a real battle. I think that they, credit to them, that they came around and managed to completely dominate the first three in the second game. But I think looking back at the video, they might choose to do something differently next time
in the third set rather than taking on Lee and Tsai where they were at their best, I think, in their flat rallies and the short exchanges. But it leaves a lot when you're 2-1 down as a ladies singles player coming on as number 52 in the world, taking on world number 4, and it's going to be a big ask anyway to come back and keep that alive. But
definitely was. The men's doubles was, though, a great match, and it was just that period in the end where they just lost their momentum, and it was taken by Chinese Taipei. Only match so far to go to 3 games. Durkin and Vizlova almost made a game of it in the second game of the mixed doubles. Malkov fought hard against Chu Tin Chen, but went down 21-11, 21-15. As we heard, the men's doubles, Lee and Tsai were victorious there, and Tai Tzu Ying really, well, she pickpocketed Perman over in the first game and then steamrolled her in the second. So now we just have the mixed doubles, sorry, the women's doubles to look forward to. And how do you see this matchup going? Is it again likely to be a Chinese Taipei victory?
possibly. No, I think Bolotova and Kostetskaya have been, like I said, in reasonable form. Recently they're ranked 28 in the world, and they could definitely hold their own against Xia Pei Chen and Wu Tijun. We saw in the mixed doubles that Wu Tijun was probably the weaker of the two. I mean, she was playing with Hung Ling Chen, who is obviously world class and has been for a while, but with the tactics involved in the women's doubles, and it's especially with both pairs having pretty solid defense in a hall like this as well, it could be anybody's game.
I do believe the world rankings favour the Russians, with them being ranked 28 and the Chinese Taipei 57th this pairing. So the odds are on a Russian victory.
Number or picture? Picture.
Just take in the toss.
Your choice. Who will serve? Who will service? Yeah.
So they've opted to serve.
This side.
Wu Ti-Jung will be the 1-2 serve.
Kostetskaya will receive. Thank you. 2 minutes warm up.
These two have never met head to head. Tsai Pei Chen and Wu Ti-Jung versus Ekaterina Bolotova and Yevgenia Kostetskaya. In the women's doubles, Chinese Taipei have already secured the match. Bolotova, world ranking 28, as Ollie said. Been lost this year, won 5, lost 5. Win-loss 30, wins 19 losses for Kostetskaya. Ti-Jung, we've already seen her take part in the mixed doubles. This pairing ranked 57 in the world. Tsai Pei Chen. Not been together that long as a partnership. But certainly Wu Ti-young will have to get more involved in this match than we saw in the mixed doubles, Ollie.
Yeah, I think, like you said, only 15 matches together as a pairing is very few. And I'm sure she'll have a point to prove after perhaps not playing her best in the mixed doubles and being part of Chinese Taipei's only loss so far today.
Well, I don't know if it's anything to go by, but in the Polish Open, both these teams played Pradnaya Gadre and Siki Reddy. And the Chinese Taipei went to 3 sets, and they lost that match. And also the Russians lost to the same pairing in 2 sets, or 2 games rather. And I think you can't read a great deal into that. Different styles, different days, different circumstances.
I think different conditions will be the biggest one. Some of the smaller tournaments in Europe are often played in smaller halls, whereas it's only the major events that are in big stadiums like this. And it is a different feeling when you're on court. You've got to get your timing right. You don't so much have to deal with the drift in the smaller stadiums. So
the umpire for this match, Gunnar Lusvius from Latvia, and Nikon Kui is the service judge.
Chinese Taipei to serve, Wu Ti-young to Yevgenia Kosetskaya. Love all. Play.
Wu Ti-young to get us underway. Fairly long opening rally.
1 love. Serves over. 1-all. Over. 2-1.
Strapping on the shoulder of Kosetskaya. Russia moving ahead.
Serves over. 2-5.
Chinese Taipei just happy to defend during these early stages. Perhaps just trying to get more of a feel for the hall now that they've already won the tie.
Make a great deal of sense. Not sure who they'll play in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, that'll depend on a lot of other results. But they have to play Japan.
And they've still got to play Japan as well.
Serves over. 6-4.
Japan beat Russia yesterday by 4 matches to 1. And the women's doubles did actually take them to a 3rd set.
7-4.
No, they didn't. My mistake. I thought they won a match off them.
3号场地将要进行的是
It's the mixed doubles where I think it went to a 3rd set.
混合双打，由巴索达、里特曼对阵阿利杜夫。
So unfortunately for Russia, that means the Sudirman Cup is over.
发球裁判员鲁菲恩多、印度尼西亚。
The 5th match on top 3 will be mixed doubles. The short round.
This pairing were defeated by Misaki Matsumoto and Ayaka Takahashi. 21-9, 21-10.
Service judge. Rufianta, Indonesia.
9-4.
So even though there's nothing in this match, they would want to go out with a win, and a convincing win.
Serves over. 5-9. Service hold gold, serves over. 10-5. Chen.
Service fault. I think that was for the racket again, was it?
Yeah, the shaft has to be in a downward position, or pointing in a downward position at the moment of contact.
Serves over.
So Pai Chen was not convinced that the official was right, but most players always feel that way.
I was going to say, she's not the only player that would react like that.
Very few, I think, accept it graciously. Chinese Taipei coming back into this match. Just too long.
9-10.
And the 11-point interval. It is Russia that go in with the lead. Not sure that meant there was an injury to Taipei Chen. Or was it just frustration?
Could well have been. I mean, it was an interesting opening to that. It was sort of, I guess, split in 2 halves. The Russians had the offense for most of the first half of that 11-point period, and then I guess as a result of a slowish start, the pair from Chinese Taipei managed to turn around and be a bit more attacking on the back end of it.
She certainly looks
11-9.
fine now.
Play.
So Russia looking to get back the ascendancy.
Serves over. 10-11.
Setskaya, annoyed she just pushed that one out. Long rally, but Setskaya again just a little bit too powerful and over the back line.
Serves over. 12-11.
Wild shot.
11.
Yeah, quite a little bit casual, really, wasn't it?
Russia come up with the point again. 14-11 in their favour.
Yeah, it's good sustained attack from the Russian pair.
Serves over. 12-14.
Russia have been the more aggressive of the two.
Serves over. 15-12.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei have been happy to defend. And it just goes to show, even if you have got good defense, it's still very difficult to win doubles matches.
It's not a good day at the office for Wu Ti-young.
Serves over. 13-16.
No doubt the Russian team want to win this match. They've made that quite clear.
17-13.
It's interesting that badminton in Russia, there was a lot of investment after the Beijing Olympics because they were disappointed with their medal tally. So they wanted to focus on sports where they felt they could achieve. And badminton was one that was highlighted. And as we said,
19-13.
it did manage one with Islova picking up a medal. So obviously that investment played dividends. 49,000 players are registered in Russia. 234 clubs.
That's a lot of clubs.
Serves over.
It's a big country though.
True.
14-20.
I think it's good that countries can invest like that, and it would have been great for particularly these two girls that they would have seen after Beijing, I guess, as younger players coming through the ranks, that okay, there's definitely a pathway here that I can progress through if I get good enough. And it's good to have as a youngster that sort of motivation that you can look up to and sort of look at those players and say, yep, I want to be a part of that.
A game point for Russia. Not just yet.
20.
Oh, some rally.
17-20.
Russia still have to wait to claim this first game. Of course, going back to your point, it is great that you've got that motivation, but for someone like yourself, when you're playing doubles, you've got to hope you can find a partner as well.
Absolutely, but I mean, in that situation where you've probably got a lot of junior players coming through the ranks, and they can, a lot of like-minded players as well. But I mean, you can start as singles players. You look at Ivanov and Tozanov, they were primarily playing a lot of singles earlier on in their careers and had quite some success on a doubles court together, and that's kind of where it all came from.
Overhit again. So Chinese Taipei are edging closer to saving this game. Another mistake from Russia. 19 plays 20. Somehow, Chinese Taipei have pulled it back to 20 points all. Credit to Wu Ti-young, who's been serving. She's kept very calm and been good at the net.
Serves over. 21-20.
That's 2 points needed. So it is now game point to the Russians. And finally, Russia win the first game, and they will be extremely relieved. They look to have had it sewn up when the score was 2017. Credit to Chinese Taipei though, they battled back. 17 minutes that first match took. So certainly Chinese Taipei showed a bit of spirit, Ollie, in that match. I mean, most people at that scoreline would have thought this one's gone.
Yeah, they did well. They just played really safe and consistent. And they knew they couldn't afford to make a mistake. Once your game point down. But unfortunately for them, they still lost that game. So I think look for them to be a little bit more aggressive in the second set. They've been happy to defend the whole time, but whether that's by choice just to get used to the haul, given they've already beaten Russia here today. I think maybe that's what their coach is alluding to defensively. Because obviously their clash with Japan over the next couple of days will determine who tops this group.
It's going to be crucial. And the way the point system goes as well, it can go back to wins overall, can't it? So even though a match like this may have no meaning in the context of the actual match between the two nations, it can have a bearing in the final count.
Second game, level, play.
The second game about to get underway. Starting almost the same way as the first game did. As you predicted, Chinese Taipei a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, still early days, but as we see some behind the back from Bolotova.
Is that a sort of shot people practice, or is it just one of those things that just...
Yeah, can't say I've ever practiced it, to be honest. Maybe you fool around with it once in a while in training, but yeah, it's one of those shots that just instincts take over and often comes if you're in a hopeless situation, almost.
Through the legs.
Exactly the same.
The Russians, even though they know they are out of the tournament, still looking pretty pleased to be here.
For all. Serves over. 5-4.
Just a little bit flat there from Bolotova. This one here. Got to be careful when you're doing that from the side that you're playing into the wind.
Serves over. 5-all.
going off inside the stadium. Quite sure who they're supporting.
I think that's from the Austria-Czech Republic match going on court 3. Bit of a different approach in that match than we're seeing in our one. The Austrians already down 3-1, but still coming with plenty of noise.
Well, if you can't win on the court, win off it.
8-6.
This is the 14th Sudirman Cup. China are the defending champions. They've won it on 9 occasions. South Korea 3, Indonesia 1. And incredibly, only one European team has ever made the finals, and that's Denmark on 2 occasions. I think the impressive thing about this tournament, though, is the fact that everyone plays for free, that it is for the honour of playing for one's country. And you don't get that in sport very often these days.
No, there's not a lot of badminton nations that actually, or national associations that pay their players to play full time. Of course, there's a few, especially the better ones, but for particularly the teams in the lower pools, Group 2 and Group 3, even Group 1. I'm sure there's some that aren't paid by their association, so it's, like you said, it's a privilege to represent your country when you get the chance, and I'm sure everybody's really happy to be here.
It's almost like a hook shot in cricket. Lovely deflection, didn't get over the net, but taken away from her face, Bolotova. There's Taipei going to the 11-point interval with the lead. Just as Ali said, they fought back in this second game.
Play.
We have seen some well manicured nails in the tournament from the ladies.
Service over. 8-11.
Russia just seem to have lost their way a little bit here.
Serves over. 9-12.
It's better from them.
Yeah, nice variety in the attack. Firstly down the middle and then out wide. Very well played by Bolotova. Just saw Xia moving forward. Played it into the open court behind her. Good vision.
That was a little bit wild. That dropped in.
15-11.
I think that smile from Chinese Taipei makes them think they were a little bit lucky on that point.
Serves over. 12-15. Serves over. 16-12. Serves over.
Russia struggling at the moment to string more than 1 point together.
Serves over.
Yeah, easy mistakes like that
17-13.
don't help.
Chinese Taipei beginning to pull away.
Serves over. 14-17. Serves over.
And it looks like we're going to be headed for a third game, the way this one is going. Actually just hurrying their shots at the moment.
Yeah, just trying a bit too hard to keep the offense.
Serves over. 15-19. Serves over.
A game point to Chinese Taipei
Game point 15.
to even up this game.
Serves over.
But Russia not letting them have it that easily.
16-20.
And that is second game to Chinese Taipei.
Game won by Chinese Taipei 21-16. 1 game all.
So we're going into a third game. Good fight back from them at the end of the first game, and they really showed in the second that they've really got the momentum now.
Yeah, I think the Russians will be a little bit disappointed in the way they let that one slip. There was just a few easy mistakes, particularly from the back of the court. And that's not something you want to be giving away, particularly in ladies doubles where it's so difficult to score points from back there. So they'll be looking to cut those out into the third set and I guess try and retain the form that they had in the first.
I suppose they have to believe there's something to play for, even though this is a dead game in terms of this match.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll have things that they're working on as a combination that they can perhaps try out in a match situation. It's not that often you get the chance to play in it, I guess, in a scenario where the outcome doesn't really affect anything.
So you're free to try out maybe something you've been working on in training the last couple of weeks and see if you can implement it in a game scenario.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
As the coaches make their way back to their seats, the players come back out onto the court.
Final game.
Final game of the final match. Chinese Taipei v Russia. One game all in women's doubles.
Serves over. 1 love.
You see this going with Chinese Taipei, or it's a hard game to pick?
It is a hard one to call. It's been pretty even in both sets, and I think it's going to come down to whoever makes the least mistakes. It's really that simple.
2-1.
And that's, I guess, typical of a women's doubles, that it's about who can be the most consistent. It really is a battle in that area. Especially in a big hall like this where it is slower, a little bit easier to defend. And when you've got conditions that are a little bit conducive to more, or less conducive to, I guess, being able to play freely, because there is a bit of movement in the shuttle and you have to consider the drift both lengthways and sideways a little bit. Just something else to think about all the time.
3-2.
Certainly extremely even at the moment. Over, just pushing the ball into the court again. That was well played. Sets Sky up with a deft touch.
Play.
Problem down on the court, not quite sure what it is. Sorted out anyway.
Yeah, I think there is one quite clear area where the Chinese Taipei pair are more dangerous than the Russian pair, and that's in attack. When the lift goes up on one side of the court, the front player is much more dangerous. She's not afraid to take another step over and be almost right in front of the back player and really try and put pressure on that half. There's a lot of space when the Russian girls are attacking just straight to play a soft lock, and it just takes the pressure off Chinese Taipei a little bit, knowing that they can play there without too much pressure being applied from the next shot.
Okay, play. 5-4.
there.
Serves over. 5-all.
Well, it's very evenly matched. Neither team pulling away in this third game.
Serves over. 6-all.
Perhaps just needed to play the block there, Kotsuskaya, instead of putting pace on the shuttle.
7-all.
Once again, though, neither team can hang on to their serve. Good shot.
9-7. Serves over. 8-9. Serves over.
Well, it's still extremely tight in this final game.
Serves over. 9-10.
Russia the first to pull 2 points clear, but pegged back immediately. But they soon get it back, and we go into 11-point interval. Russia leading 11 points to 9.
推挑跟下手，尤其下手的球，前场下球处理不好。以外的话，我们就给人往那边，然后给人往这要分开一点，要。
Играете плоскими, нельзя здесь играть. Они сейчас будут все выбегать на сетку, да, и все давить. Ветер оттуда идет. На вас, да, вы помните?
Well, don't understand the Russian or, to be honest, the Mandarin, but I'm sure both coaches are trying to just get one of the teams to relax a little bit more and
yeah, I think, like I said before, it's just going to be a battle of who can make the least mistakes over the last 11 points of this women's doubles.
11-9 in favour of the Russians at the moment.
It's going to be key for Chinese Taipei that they can't afford to do that too many times. You've got to be really aware of how much power to put into the lift, because you know it is faster going that way and the shuttle will drift long.
No? Well, they're claiming it went out, the line judge, but it's been challenged by Russia. I thought that dropped in.
Likewise. Yep.
That's right on the line. It's a good challenge by the Russian team. 2 challenges per team. If they get them right, they keep them. Neither has been used so far. And it does clip the line, according to Hawkeye. The point goes to Russia.
13-11, play.
That's a good shot. Setskaya. And the approval of Ivanov.
Yeah, just changing the angle on that one nicely.
It's the biggest lead either side has had in this final game.
Again, just that mistake from the back of the court. It's really been hurting the Russians in the latter half of this match. You can just picture former New Zealand badminton player Daniel Shirley with one of his pet hates. Every time in a training session, he'd always come out and tell you there's no mistakes from the back of the court. You do not make mistakes from the back of the court.
Well, if he's watching this, he'll be tearing his hair out.
Serves over, 15-13. Serves over.
1 point in it once more. Chinese Taipei will not go away. They continue to hang in there. And they even up the final game. They now take the lead.
16-15.
Chinese Taipei edge closer to victory. As Latova pushes it out of play again. Better on that occasion.
16-18.
Xie was just trying to get out of the way, hoping it would go out of play.
Serves over. 19-16.
Match point now to Chinese Taipei.
Match point, 16.
And that is game to Chinese Taipei. After the first game, they fought back really well. It was a bit of a strange game, back and forth, but finally Chinese Taipei come out on top.
Yeah, they were just more consistent than the Russians in the end. Solid defensively, able to move the shuttle around, and just didn't give away any easy points. And I think at 21-16 in both the second and third sets, 4 or 5 mistakes from the Russians is what proved to be the difference.
Well, it's a good victory for Chinese Taipei and means they've won the rubber by 4 games to 1. Also good for Wu Ti-Yung. She finishes with a win, having been involved in the only match that Chinese Taipei lost, which was the mixed doubles. It's been an entertaining afternoon here in the Dongguan Basketball Center. Chinese Taipei taking on Russia, and Chinese Taipei coming out on top in that match. As we take a look now at all of the results, it was a good start for Russia with them winning the mixed doubles, Durkin and Vislova, but then Cho Chen Chen beat Vladimir Malakov in the men's singles. The men's doubles went to 3 sets and Chinese Taipei came out on top in the final match. In the women's singles, Tai Tzu Ying was just too strong for Natalia Permanova. And then in the women's doubles, which really didn't affect the result, but it was still important for pride, Chinese Taipei came out on top again in 3 sets. We hope you've enjoyed all of the action from the Sudirman Cup Day 2. There's plenty still to come as India take on Malaysia, and that will be coming to you very, very shortly. Take a look at the table, and Japan sit on top with Chinese Taipei, and those two teams have to play each other, and that promises to be a thrilling game. Make sure you catch all of the action if you can from that match. Certainly will be an entertaining game. Well, Ollie, I hope you've enjoyed the second day's play here.
Sure have, yeah. There was some real highlights in that match, particularly in the men's doubles. It was a really close fought encounter. A lot of short rallies, but I particularly enjoyed the mixed doubles as well. It was a really, I guess, traditional performance from the Russians, and they were able to brush aside any challenge from Chen Hongling and Wu Ji-young without too much effort. So it was impressive from them.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed this coverage, and as we mentioned, India versus Malaysia coming up shortly. But from me, Ashley Morrison and Ollie Leyden Davis, we say good afternoon.